All rise. The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Please be seated. Good morning and welcome after the judicial winter recess. Court officer, can you please call the case?
Good morning, Your Honors. This is case KSC BC 2020-04, Specialist Prosecutor versus Peter Shala.
Thank you. Firstly, I kindly indicate to tell us who's present today. We will start with the Specialist Prosecutor's Office.
Good morning, Your Honors. For the SPO, Line Pedersen, Federica Genovesi, Eva Wieler, Filippo De Minicis, and Gaia Pergolo.
Thank you. Victims' Counsel, you have the floor.
Good morning, Your Honours. I'm Simon Law's counsel for the victims in this case, together with my co-counsel, Maria Radziowska.
Thank you. And now the defense, please.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I'm Mr. Jean-Louis Gélissen. We are here with Mr. Peter Shala in the detention center, as usual. We are here with Mr. Awini, Ms. Kariolu, Ms. McKay, Ms. Petrovica, Ms. Healy, Ms. Kolb, and Basil Mulera. May I present my wishes for the Happy New Year to the court. I think it's the moment and the place. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gélissen. Mr. Shala, can you confirm that you can hear me well? Mr. Shala, I did not hear you. Could you say again yes or good morning, just to test? No. I'm not hearing Mr. Shala. Is everybody else? No, nobody is hearing Mr. Shala. We will look into this, Mr. Shala. Mr. Shala, could you please turn the microphone on again or press the button again and then speak again? It might work now. Can you?
Good morning, I hear you very well.
Then it has been resolved. Good. Today we will hear the testimony of witness 4405, which is Mr. Safet Gashi. He will give testimony without in-court protective measures. We will sit in regular sessions of 1.5 hours. We will have our normal breaks in principle. And before we proceed with our of the hearing of the witness, I would like to address a pending issue, and I would like to give a direction with regard to the testimony of the witness we are about to hear. Very well. With regard to the pending procedural matter, we recall that we have issued a decision on the defense urgent request for psychological visits and notice of request to call the evidence relevant to sentencing, which is filing 750, which was issued the 14th of December last year. And the SPO and Victims' Counsel were directed, if they so wish, to respond to any request from the defense, to add Mr. Milazzo and her expert report to its list of witnesses and exhibits, and to indicate whether they challenge the qualifications of Mrs. Milazzo as an expert or the relevance of all or parts of her report, and if so, which parts. And this all to do by 9th of January, 12 o'clock. And I will now ask the SPO and Victims' Council whether they would like to make their submissions in writing or here in court orally. Madam Prosecutor, Mr. Prosecutor, please indicate your preference.
Good morning, Your Honors. We will respond orally.
Very well. And Victims' Council, what would you prefer?
Your Honour, we'll also respond orally.
Very well. Then I will now give the floor to the SPO and later to Victims' Council to make their oral submissions. Mr. Prosecutor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honors, the SPO does not object to the defense request to add Ms. Milazzo's report to the exhibit list, nor do we challenge Ms. Milazzo's expertise. With regard to relevance, the SPO does not object to the relevance of the report solely for sentencing purposes, as far as the psychologist's assessment of Mr. Shala's personal circumstances, individual circumstances, is concerned. And these are, for example, the psychologist's assessment concerning his mental health, family situation, education. These circumstances may fall under Rule 163, paragraph 1, as also found by this panel in the Mustafa judgment in paragraphs 782 and 83 and 791 of the trial judgment. Of course, the SPO will make at the appropriate time submissions on the weight, if any, to be given to this assessment, which of course would be wholly premature now, before the panel has reached their determination on the charges. We observed in this regard that, of course, some of the psychologists' observations are based on unsworn and untested statements of Mr. Shala, some of which we submit are untruthful, and in contradiction with statements he himself gave in the past. But of course, these will be addressed and submitted once the panel has reached their determinations on these matters. With regard to relevance, we want to make another observation, which concerns a legal provision the defense had relied on in their urgent request dated the 8th of December, and I'm referring to F00743. In addition to relying on Rule 163, the defense had relied on Article 141 of the Kosovo law on execution of penal sanctions as an additional legal basis for their request. The defense did not rely on this provision on their request to add the report to their exhibit list, but because the SPO did not have the opportunity of responding to the first request, we just want to make the record clear in this matter that Article 141 of that law relates to pre-sentence reports for the imposition of alternative punishment. That is, punishment alternative to imprisonment. Now, alternative punishment, I just want to make this very clear on the record, is not an available form of punishment, is not applicable in relation to war crimes, which are amongst the most serious types of crimes. Nor is it applicable under the legal framework of the KSC, since Article 44 of the Kosovo law, entitled Punishments, only lists imprisonment as the main sentence that the KSC may impose on a convicted person. Other forms of punishment, such as restitutions or compensations, may be imposed in addition to imprisonment. So on this basis, we just want the record to be entirely clear that Ms. Milazzo's report cannot be said to be relevant for the possible imposition of an alternative form of sentence, which is what that provision that the defense relied on relates to. As I said, there is no punishment alternative to imprisonment in relation to war crimes. Our last submissions concern the defense request to call Ms. Milazzo as a witness. The panel had ordered the defense in paragraph 15C of its decision F00750 that if it wished to call Ms. Milazzo to testify in addition to tendering a report. They should provide reasons in support of their request. The defense has only argued in paragraph 18 of their request F00756 that the live testimony will serve to clarify several aspects of a report and allow the panel and the parties to question or about their findings and conclusions. These submissions, Your Honors, are too general, fail to identify what aspects of the report require clarification, and do not substantiate, in our view, the need to call Ms. Milazzo to testify. The defense also relied on, in support of its request, on the principle of orality, enshrined in Rule 141 of the rules, but their reliance is misplaced because expert evidence is governed by Rule 149. And in relation to expert evidence, the principle of orality is not the rule. A report may be admitted without the expert coming to provide evidence in that regard. So the defense has not sufficiently substantiated their request, and the SPO position is that unless the panel sees the need for Ms. Milazzo to appear, that it is not necessary to hear her live in this trial. And this concludes our submissions.
Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor. Victims' Counsel, you have the floor now.
Thank you, Your Honour. Well, we had the advantage of being able to discuss this matter yesterday with our colleagues in the SPO, and we agree with all of the propositions that have been made by Mr. Dominicis just now, and we have nothing to add.
Thank you. We have decided in our decision that we would not entertain any replies of the defense on this matter, but so we will proceed now. We will rule on this matter in due course, and there's also a second thing. There's a direction I would like to give to the parties and Victims' Counsel with regard to this witness, and for that it's better that we go into private session. Madam Court Officer, can you bring us into private session, please?
Your Honors, we are now back in public session.
Thank you. This concludes the panel's direction, and it means that we can now start with the testimony of witness 4405. Madam Court Clerk, could you please usher the witness into the courtroom? Mr. Witness, good morning.
Good morning.
Chambers.
Thank you very much. I'm well, thanks.
Mr. Shala, can you hear the witness?
Yes, I can hear him very well.
Thank you. Mr. Witness, today we will start with your testimony. And for the record, I note here that we had to summon you to ensure your presence in the courtroom today, following your refusal to have any contact with the defense of Mr. Shala. Before we begin with the questions, I have several remarks. Mr. Witness, you are called to testify before the specialist chambers in the case of the specialist prosecutor versus Mr. Peter Shala to assist the panels of judges to reach a verdict. First, you will take your solemn declaration, and after that, you will be asked questions by the defense counsel for Mr. Peter Shala, the lawyers for the specialist prosecutor's office with the robes partly in purple, the lawyers representing the victims participating in this case, which are sitting on your left hand nearest to you, and then by us, the judges of this panel. Before you take your solemn declaration, I would like to provide you with some guidance and practical advice for answering the questions that you will be asked. As to the guidance, please listen carefully to each question. If you do not understand, feel free to ask for the question to be repeated. We want you to tell the truth and to tell us what you saw, what you experienced, or heard or sensed yourself. If you did not see or hear it yourself, but you found out in some other way, you should say so and explain. You may not remember all the details of the offense, and that is perfectly fine. Please testify to what you know and what you remember. Do not guess, do not make things up. It's perfectly fine to say, I don't know, I don't remember. Please answer the questions being put to you. If more clarification is needed, we will ask you to do so. And I also remind you that you have the right to object to provide your testimony on issues that might tend to incriminate you, pursuant to Rule 151, Paragraph 1 of the Rules of Procedure and Evidence. Do you understand all this?
Yes.
Regarding the practical advice for your testimony, please take note of the following. Everything we say here is translated and recorded. So it is important to speak into the two microphones in front of you, to speak clearly and to speak at a slow pace. This will allow the interpreters to translate everything. And this also means that you should only start speaking when the person asking you a question has finished. So please, when a question is asked, wait 5 seconds before you start answering the question. And this pause of 5 seconds will allow us to hear the interpretation of what has been said and to have everything recorded. And it's really important that we don't overlap each other when talking. If I raise my hand like this, please stop talking. And I do that in order to avoid that we overlap each other when speaking. Sometimes we may ask you to leave the courtroom if we have to discuss something with regard to a question that has been posed to you. And it is my understanding that you have some knowledge of the English language. Lastly, if you need a break or you need assistance or you want to say something, please raise your hand and then I will give you the floor. Have you also understood all this, Mr. Witness?
Yes, I have.
Now, Mr. Witness, I will now ask you to take your solemn declaration. I remind you that it is an offense within the jurisdiction of the specialist chambers to give a false testimony. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Madam Court Clerk, yes, you already have provided the text to the witness. Please read the solemn declaration, Mr. Witness.
Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
Mr. Witness, you are now under oath. We can now begin with your testimony, and we will start with the question by the Defense Counsel. Defense Counsel, you have 2.5 hours for questioning this witness, and please inform us if there's any change in this regard. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Witness. As you know, I'm the defense counsel of Mr. Shala. We met yesterday during some minutes. So I'm Mr. Jelisin, and I would like to ask you some questions on different topics. And the first one is very simple. Are you able enough to provide us with your name and surname?
Yes. My name is Safet Gashi.
Thank you very much. So do you have or did you have a nickname?
No.
Thank you. And what is your date and place of birth?
22nd of May 1975, Kosovo, Prizren.
You so
78, sorry.
Thank you.
thank you very much. I would like to go for just a few questions in private session, please.
Madam Court Officer, can you bring us into private session?
Your Honors, we are now in private session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Please proceed, Defense Counsel.
Thank you very much. Mr. Witness, do you have a criminal record?
No, I don't.
So you never been sentenced by a tribunal about something?
Do you mean for this particular case or for another one?
For something else, generally speaking.
Yes.
Much. And what were you convicted for?
Madam Court Officer, can you bring us into a public session again?
Your Honors, we are now in public session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. We are trying to do something about the image of Mr. Shala, because it's a kind of dark image at the moment, and I prefer to see in order to see his facial expressions better, but please continue, Defense Counsel.
Yes, indeed, he is in the shade. It's not easy to see him. Thank you very much, Mr. Witness. So I would like to speak about the war and the period before the war. Where were you when the war broke out in 1998?
In Kosovo,
In Kosovo.
You and in which part of Kosovo at this moment?
in Prizren,
In the city of Prizren.
And were you walking at the time?
io,
Yeah, and in 1998 first, did you stay in Kosovo?
po,
Yes, I did.
Thank you. And did your family stay in Kosovo?
po,
Yes.
1999.
deri 99,
Until February or March 1999, when we were evicted to Albania by the Serbian forces.
Yeah, and did you go with them in Albania at this moment?
io,
No,
Where did you stay? In Kosovo or somewhere else?
So we just have an open question like, where did you go, where did you stay, and then he can
Indeed.
propose any,
Indeed, I agree.
any
I
answer.
agree. Where did you stay at this moment?
po mas një
I left Kosovo about 3 days later, 3 days after my family had left for Albania.
And did you go to Albania? Did you
po,
arrive?
Yes.
I would like to know, did you join the KLA at this moment?
po,
Yes, I did.
Do you remember the period or even the date when you joined the KLA?
nuk më kujtohet.
I can't recall it.
And why did you join the KLA at this moment?
Edhe një herë pyetjen mund
Can you kindly repeat the question?
I would like to understand the reason why you joined the KLA.
po për të luftuar
It was in order to fight against Serbian forces.
So it was your free will, it was your own decision.
po,
Yes.
And are you able to remember me how old you were when you joined the KLA?
po, mosha
I might have been 20 or 21 years old.
Was very young. I would like to have your feeling about that.
What is the question?
Oh, I would like to have the feeling of the witness about this age. It's very young to be in a fighting group.
That's a conclusion. I don't know if that is
That's a real question. I would like to have the position of the witness about that, but it's not very important. So if you prefer, I can ask another question.
I would reformulate it.
Yeah. So, were you many persons with such an age of 19, 20, 21 in the KLA at this moment?
Kapos.
There were others who were older though.
And where did you join the KLA?
Unem kyç në Kukës.
I joined in Kukus.
You joined in Kukës.
Po. Po.
Yes, I did.
And in which place in Kukës?
Po në Kukës.
In Kukus, I was issued a uniform, and if I recall correctly, we were sent to Kolch or Kalimash, where we spent 3 or 4 days.
So, do you remember you provide a statement to some investigators of the SPO or from
Po.
Yes.
do you remember the explanation you provide at this moment about the place?
Po.
Yes, I do.
Do you need I quote your answer at this moment to refresh your memory?
Jo.
No, there's no need.
Johanna, may I quote the answer at this moment of the witness to the investigators? It's a
It's not. What I would like to do is to call up the document, and then we proceed as we normally do. You give the reference
exactly.
to
That
the court officer. Please let me finish my sentence, and then you can read it out to him and ask the
Absolutely.
question you think is necessary.
Sure, as usual. So it's the document 06 3317 TR ET part 1 red 2 it's page 8, but I'm not sure I have the Albanian version. This is? No.
If it's okay for the SPO and for Victims Council, then we proceed without the Albanian version. I see a nod, so you may proceed.
Thank you very much. I quote page 8, line 8 to 14. It starts, Mr. Witness, a question.
Please, sorry.
Thank you. Did you go to a specific place to join? Yes, 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 I did. What place was that? Gurusup. Was there a KLA base, a headquarters? What kind of facility was there? It was the KLA headquarters. Sorry. So, Mr. Witness, do you agree with me it's not exactly the same? Are you able enough to explain what is the problem with that?
Shumë në rregull je.
You are right, counsel. However, when you ask the questions, you'd better ask me how many times I have been to Albania.
Yes, I can ask you the question, and I wait the information. I wait your answer about that.
Can we, excuse me,
Yes, yes.
pull down the document for now, and then we can, if you want to use it again, we can proceed with showing the documents.
Thank you.
Madam Court Officer, can you, thank you.
So, my question is very simple, you know. Do you confirm the statement I just quoted before?
No, but no, we cannot. Defense counsel. No. Madam Court Usher, Court Clerk, could you please usher the witness out of the courtroom? Mr. Witness, you will be ushered out for a moment. Just a short remark from my side, Defense Counsel. You asked the witness where he joined the KLA, and he said Koekers. To ask now if he can confirm what he said here is not really following up on your question, if he could explain why he now apparently, I don't know, is saying something different than then. So by asking the question, can you confirm, I don't think you're, to say it bluntly, are helping the truth finding. I would approach it in a different way in order to clarify why apparently he's saying something different now.
Yeah, it
yeah,
was
but you cannot
proposed.
ask, can you confirm?
Yeah.
Because that doesn't help this eliciting of information.
I was talking about the statement he made before, but okay, I agree. If it's not clear, we can start in another way. The purpose was to discover, to understand the reason why we have a discrepancy.
Yes,
or an
that I see.
appearance of discrepancy, yeah.
Yeah, that I see.
Yeah.
But I think I made my point, and I won't repeat it. Madam Court Officer, can you bring the witness into the courtroom? Welcome back.
Faleminderit.
Thank you.
May I? Yeah, thank you.
Defense Counsel, please proceed.
So, Mr. Witness, there is an appearance of a real difference between the statement you gave to the investigators and the word you used in this courtroom. Are you able enough to explain us, first, if you consider there is a difference, and second, why to have two different statements? Thank you very much.
Nuk janë dy
There are no two different statements here, Mr. Counsel.
Yeah, but I would like, do you consider it is the same or there is a difference?
e njëjta
It is the same statement.
So Gurusup is very close, very near from Kukias?
Jo,
No, it is not. Gorjub is inside Kosovo.
Yeah, and when you joined the KLA, it was in Gurusup or in Kukias?
në Gorozhup.
In Gorojub.
Thank you very much. And Gorozup, was it a KLA headquarter?
Po,
Yes.
According to you, was it the only one KLA headquarter?
samo ime ditu
As far as I was able to tell, yes, that's where our headquarters were.
Yes, thank you very much. And Mr. Witness, please talk us through your arrival, your registration process with the KLA in Gorozup.
Defense counsel, could we have a time frame? Because somewhat of a time frame. If, I can ask it myself, but I prefer to leave it to you. It's your examination in chief.
The question is to know when you joined the KLA. You say it was in Gorozup, and when did you join the KLA?
As far as I recall, it was March 1999.
Do I have to understand that you start from the Kosovo to Gorozup immediately, or you make a trip to some other places?
în Gorojop.
At Gorozup.
Switzerland directly to Gorozup.
Po,
Yes.
And when you arrive in Gorozup, what happened at this moment?
zia că a pas lufti.
Nothing happened. There was fighting and so on.
In the KLA, are you able enough to describe the process to enter in the KLA?
Po, japiš betim.
Yes, you take a solemn declaration like I did here. You undergo some training of about 10 days duration. You're issued a uniform and so on.
And you sign a document, you meet someone, some officer. Are you able to provide us some more information about that?
Po,
Yes. There was the name, surname, father's name, signature, year of birth.
And do you remember which brigade or unit of the KLA you joined at this moment?
po, brigada.
Yes, it was Brigade 128, with Rushdie Saramati being command of the General Staff.
Thank you very much. And did you meet him?
Po,
Did you met him?
Yes.
Did you met him?
po ka pas
When he had to give us instructions and so on, yes, I saw him about 2 or 3 times roughly.
Thank you very much. Exactly. The wish is to understand when you meet him in Gorozup.
Northern Norman.
In 1999, during the war.
Defense counsel, you were already giving an answer where he met him.
Don't mind
No,
it.
but you are, I have had already about 4 closed questions, and now here again you're putting in information that is too limited. So please try to elicit the information from the witness, not information too much guided by you.
The next question is, where was this training? Only in Gorozup? And did you see this chief of staff only in Gorozup?
Defense counsel, I will give you the floor, Madam Prosecutor. My question was to know when he met He received instructions from Mr. Saramati, and then you limited to Gorochuk, and that was not the question. So, good, Madam Prosecutor.
Your Honor, just to place on the record an objection that the counsel keeps leading the witness, as Your Honor's already pointed out. Thank you.
Thank you. It does not assist the weight of the testimony if you ask these type of leading questions, defense counsel. And another example is before, when you asked him, did you join the KLA? You could also ask, what did you do in Albania? I mean, please, let us keep this questioning as open as possible.
Okay, thank you very much. The training, Mr. Witness, you received was only in Gorozup or somewhere else?
Vetëm Gorožu.
It was only at Gorožup.
And this brigade want to...
Please, defense counsel.
Yeah?
Your Honor's apologies, but the witness before said that the training was in Kolch or Kalimash, not in Korzup. So again, here, I think counsel is misleading the witness and is now saying not providing the same version of things that he just gave us before.
Thank you, Madam Prosecutor. Yes, you will get the floor now, Mr. Witness. Please note this point, Defense Counsel. Yeah. If you cite something that the witness has said before, please give the reference. And if you oppose to what Madam Prosecutor has said, then please cite where he did say that it was in Gorozup. Mr. Witness, what do you want to say?
Nuk thash
Madam Prosecutor, I did not say that I underwent training at Kukuso College. I said I went to college for a period of 3 to 4 days, that is.
Defense Counsel, please proceed.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Witness, to avoid a problem or issue about that, where did you receive your training in the KLA?
stërvitjet I conclude
The training was done at Gorožup.
Thank you very much. And do you remember which place this Brigade 128 stayed? Was it only in Gorozup or in some other places? Are you able enough to explain us?
Unë jem të fol
I am talking about my brigade 128. I received my training at Gorožup.
So we can consider the Brigade 128 stay only in Gorozup or in other places at this moment?
ka pas edhe vendet
It stayed in other places too, but I'm not aware where.
Thank you very much. And did the brigade during this period ever move?
për brigatë teme.
I can say yes as far as my brigade is concerned.
Yeah, and are you able enough to elaborate about that, to provide us some more information?
Po,
Yes?
nuk kam
I moved nowhere myself. I had to stay there because there was fighting around.
Oh, Mr. Witness, which units compose this brigade? Are you able enough to explain how was organized this brigade?
Ka pasi njësi
There was the special unit, the demining unit, and other foot soldiers.
Yes, and which part of this unit were you in?
njësi speciale kun
I served with the special unit.
Special unit. And what was the job or the duty of this special unit?
detyrat e kësaj
Our tasks were to be on the front lines. The platoon consisted of 11 to 15 soldiers.
Yeah, and in the front line, were you fighter? Or what was your duty? What did you do? What did you make in this? What did you make in this front line?
jo luftetar ka
I was a fighter.
Thank you very much. So during this period, you were in the KLA. Do you know a person named Mr. Peter Shala?
kur një
I have never known that person,
ndonjë
and neither have I ever seen him.
So during the period of war, or generally speaking, you never met him? Or,
në përgjithësi
yeah?
Generally speaking, I have never seen that person in my life.
Did you hear something about this person during the period of war?
kur njët
No, never. I swear.
Thank you very much. Have you ever been in Cooks in Albania during the war?
këtu deshta me dalë zotëria
That is what I wanted to come to, Mr. Counsel. Yes.
Explain us when
dita s'm kujtohet
I can't remember the exact date, but it was in the month of March 1999 when, in the company of 4 to 5 comrades, we went to get armaments, weapons, and that is what I referred to when I said earlier that I had been to Albania.
and where did you go in the town of Cooks? In which place?
jo në kuks veç
We paused very briefly at Kukus just to rest. I did not say that we stayed in Kukus, but it was either in Kolj or Kalimash, and I cannot recall exactly which.
You don't remember which place you were in Cooks?
jo
I don't.
Did you see in Cooks a former factory?
jo
No.
With your authorization, Your Honor, I would like to quote one passage of the statement that the witness provided to the investigator.
Yeah, with what purpose?
About his presence in Cooks and the fact he was or not in Cooks.
Very well. Madame Court Officer, can you please pull up the document when you are given the reference?
So I would like to have 063317 dash T air dash ET part 2, red 2, page 13, line 3 to 9. Thank you very much. Mr. Witness, I quote one passage of the statement you provide to the investigators in September 2019. You were talking about your family. Yes, they lived in Cooks. Where
Yes.
all the time. I think one of my brother moved to Red. The rest remain in Cooks. Did you ever visit them in Cooks? No. How could I enter there? And I would like to focus on another passage. The same document, page 14, line 6 to 13.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Do you know if civilians were detained at the headquarters of the 128th Brigade in Cooks? I don't know. I told you early on, I have never been in Cooks. I was given the weapons were brought to me, and the distance would have been something like between here and the hotel where I am now. So I went to pick up the weapon somewhere here, and then I returned back to where my friends were. It was your statement, and I would like to be sure not to commit a mistake and to understand how you manage with these different statements, to be sure I'm not committing an error. Are you able enough to explain us what exactly was the situation?
That's accurate. This is what I have stated.
So I read in the last passage I quote, I have never been to Cooks. And just before, I have the feeling you answer, you were in Cooks. So are you able enough to explain us this?
Yes. But not in the headquarters. I was in Caucus, but not at the headquarters. I have no knowledge whatsoever where the headquarters was located in Caucus.
So do you have the feeling they were a headquarter of the KLA in Cooks?
I don't understand the question, Defense Counsel.
I think the witness explained us he was not in the headquarters of the KLA in Cooks just before. So I want to be sure I understand properly and not to put in his mouth something he didn't say. And I would
I genuinely don't understand what your question is with regard to the headquarters.
Yeah,
so maybe you can reformulate it.
Yeah, I'm afraid of that. So you told us just before there were a headquarters of the KLA in Gorozub. We understood it properly. And then according
Yes.
to you, was there in Cooks another headquarters of the KLA?
I don't know. I have no knowledge of that.
Thank you very much. It's very clear. And just one tiny question about the distance. You were talking in the quotation I made just before about the distance between the place you were and the hotel. According to you, what was the distance in question?
Could you specify a little bit more where he was? Yeah, or at least give the reference,
Yeah,
because now it hangs in the air. I
Yeah,
would say.
it is a quotation I made just before. And we don't know exactly where he was. He told us at the
Okay, I see it. It's still on the screen.
exactly.
Yes, the weapons were brought to me, and the distance would have been something like between here and the hotel where I am now.
Yeah,
And your question to Mr. Witness is, what do you mean between here? Is that your question?
Absolutely.
Okay. Mr. Witness.
Larksia është
The distance, this is something that I wanted to tell you about. The distance is the border from Kosovo to Albania. The nearest village to Albania is Gorozhub. This is what I wanted to say earlier on as well. In terms of distance, the distance would be from here to the hotel. Approximately this would be the distance.
How much kilometers, meters between these two places?
po ky fshat
This village, the village that I'm talking about, Gorozhub, is 3 to 5 kilometers away from the Albanian border.
Gorozub and Cooks, how many kilometers according to you?
për nerë këta nuk e di, po janë
I don't know that. It's about 35 to 36 kilometers, approximately. That's the distance.
Very much. We can leave the document, I think so.
Madam Court Officer, you can pull the document down. And for the record, I would like to note that I went through the testimony of the witness of today with regard to the training, and it is correct, Defense Counsel, that the witness, and I'm talking about lines, page 17 lines, about line 5, 4, that he talks about Kolch or Kazlimash, where we spent 3 or 4 days. Yeah, I was issued a uniform, but I didn't read anything about training. Just so when you asked your question, you were correct in not mentioning those two cities.
No, that's true. That's true. That's why I was a little bit troubled by the answer, because this question of training is a particular one, may I say. Yeah. Thank you. Mr. Witness, at this moment of the war in 1999, were you aware of the allegations that the KLA arrests and detain civilian person in certain location in Kosovo or in Albania?
sa më kujtohet mu.
From what I recall, we have never had any dealings with civilians, and I'm talking here with regards to the KLA.
So do you mean in your own experience or at your knowledge?
Aq sa kom pa,
From what I've seen, from what I know, the KLA have never ever dealt with civilians.
Thank you very much. And did you receive some orders or training about the possibility to control or arrest some civilian person?
Nuk është e vërtetë kjo.
That's not true.
Understanding, what do you mean when you say I have never had any dealings with civilians? What do you mean with any dealings?
Nuk kem pas të bëjmë me civil kur gjë.
We have had no connections with the civilians. So the only connection we had was with the Serbian soldiers in uniform.
Connections or dealings, it's about allegations related that the KLA would arrest and detain civilian persons. The question is if you had anything to do with that or if you know that the KLA had anything to do with that.
Jo, kam dijeni
No. I know that for a fact, and that's not true, that we have arrested civilians. So we have not arrested any civilians, be them Albanians or Serbs.
By using the word dealings and relations. So let's just give things a name when we speak. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. The thing you declared just now, that's because you was in the front line, or you never heard about something about the arrestation of civilians, in generally speaking, even after the war?
Jo, këto se kum dëgju kur.
No, I have not ever heard this.
Thank you very much. Mr. Witness, what did you do where the war ended?
Mbasi përfundoi
After the end of the war, I stayed at a camp in vicinity of the outskirts of Prizren in Nashets for about 5 to 6 days. And from there, I left Nashets, I went to my home, I got the uniform off, and I never went back.
And did you inform some person, some officer or official from the KLA you left and entered to renter to your home?
normal, pa
Normally is that you have to have the signature of the commander in order for you to leave.
And did you receive the signature and the authorization from the
normal
commander?
lejen e komandant.
Yes, the permission of the commander, and I withdrew. I left.
Do you remember the moment or the date you left to enter home?
Data nuk më kujto.
I don't recall the date exactly. What I recall is that it was June. It was approximately the 11th or the 12th of June.
Yes, thank you very much. I would like to know, did you receive a pension in quality of former fighter of the KLA?
Jo,
No, I did not.
Are you able enough to explain us if you ask for such a pension? What happened? You don't have it.
kum kërku.
I asked for it. I asked for the pension. But the commander of the general headquarters said that Pristina has not accepted about 30 to 40 persons that requested the pension.
You know why you didn't receive this pension?
Po,
Yes, I know that very well. Because I used to work in Kosovo. I didn't prepare the documents for a war veteran accordingly because of my personal reasons, and that's the reason why I was not awarded a veteran pension.
Thank you very much. It's very clear. So I would like to go in private session now, please.
Madam
your
Court
leave.
Officer, could you bring us into private session, please?
Your Honors, we are now in public session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. It's now time for the first break. Mr. Witness, we will take a break of half an hour. You will be escorted out by the court clerk, and we will see you back at 11:30. Thank you for now.
Faleminderit Pio.
Thank you.
Very well. We will resume in 30 minutes. The hearing is adjourned.
All rise. All rise.
Please be seated. Welcome back. I see no changes at the SPO, no changes at Victims' Council's team, and here at the defense team neither. We note that. Thank you. Court clerk, can you please usher the witness back into the courtroom? Thank you. Defense Counsel, can you already indicate how much time you think you will be needing still?
Could be around the same time I use them now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, Mr. Witness. Can you hear me fine?
Faleminderit po.
Thank you, yes I can.
Good morning again, Mr. Shala. Can you hear the witness well?
Po, będę Jeremina.
Yes I can.
Defense Counsel, then you have the floor to continue with your questioning.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Thank you very much, Mr. Witness. So, I would like to go in private session to continue the same line of questioning, I think so.
Very well. Madam Court Officer, can you please bring us into private session?
Your Honors, we are back in public session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. We have now finished the questioning by the Defense Counsel of the witness 4405. I propose that we first go into a break of the usual break of 1.5 hours, and that gives the Specialist Prosecution Office the possibility to look for any references if needed for your cross-examination, and then we will proceed. Mr. Witness, we're going to have a break, yeah? So in 1.5 hours, we see you back after lunch. Thank you, and Madame Court Clerk will issue you out of the courtroom. Very well. Before we go into our break, we noted the objection made by the defense with regard to the use of some of the items proposed by the Specialist Prosecution Office, and we will, of course, issue an oral order on that aspect. It's about 3 newly disclosed items. Yes. I saw in your email that you would elaborate on your objections more in court. So, Defense Counsel, you will receive the floor, and after that I will give the floor to the Specialist Prosecution Office, and we will take an oral order on this matter after the break. Or even inform you during the break. That could be helpful for the Specialist Prosecutor's Office. Defense Counsel, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. So our objection in principle is to the actual use of the statements. And from the outset, we can safely say from the practice of this court that if the information extracted from this, those statements is put in form of questions like Mr. Gillissen did in certain aspects this morning, that's not objectionable, so they can explore certain information that are relevant to them. However, the use of the statements and quoting for them and adducing parts of those statements into evidence is what we object to. We believe, and I can take the example of 4468, this witness was a witness in the list of the SPO. He was withdrawn, so we don't have any opportunity to test the evidence of this witness, and it is as a result of the choices of the SPO. So today, if it's not on a matter that goes to the credibility of this witness and does not relate to the examination of this witness and topics, and to explore other things about the war and the positioning of some brigades or other topics, we would object to the use of that. If they wanted to adduce this kind of evidence, they should call their own evidence, their own witnesses to adduce that evidence. And it is the same, another reason for this one and the next one, these people, we heard so far that they don't know. They were not asked about knowing about this witness and their knowledge about this witness or any contacts or any ties with this witness. They have not spoke about him. He has not today spoken about those individuals, so we don't see, except for the commander of the brigade, any reason to go onto that, because we don't see any credibility issue with that. But the main objection is they can elaborate on some topics using questions, but not the use of the statements themselves. Coming back to the last part of the objection, which is witness number 1, we have looked at the pages that are mentioned. We have transcript references that cover the same portions. This is obviously the preference and the priority to have the transcript references, because those are evidence that is adduced already. rather than coming back to prior statements from the same individual on the same topics. So we would object to use instead the statements unless there is a practical reason to use the same information from another source, but we don't see any. If there is a transcript reference on those points, why should we go to prior statements that are not in evidence in order to explore certain things? This is what Mr. Giesen did this morning, referring to the transcripts of testimony rather than prior statements. Sorry, Your Honor.
The objection to the use of the items 6 and 8, 10 and 11. Yes. Okay. Madam Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Yes, Your Honors, thank you very much. We have included these items in our list of materials as we intend to use their content to assess the credibility of the witness. And we have done that in the past to use information coming from individuals who are not witnesses in this trial to test the credibility of the testimony that is presented. So it will be up, of course, for the panel to assess these materials and to use them, and that is the purpose for which we are seeking to make use of them today. With regard to the last two statements, these cover prior statements of a witness in this case. The testimony of this witness or let's rather say the relevance of these specific parts of the statement has become relevant and apparent now in light of the testimony of this witness, which is the reason why we are seeking to make use again of the content of the information in these statements for use, to question and to challenge possibly the testimony of this witness. So this is our intended use for these materials, Your Honors. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Prosecutor. Is there something without reiteration the defense wants to say?
Just to say, Your Honors, that our colleagues from the SPO strongly objected to us bringing some further details that are in prior statements when the witness has testified, and reproached us not to elucidate certain points, even the last exchange of a request for the Rule 153 that was recently admitted yesterday. So if they wish to elaborate on certain other details from a witness that testified, they have to recall him. They can use information, but not use the statement. So it comes back to the first category that they can use the information. This is a reference point maybe from the presentation queue, but not use the documents themselves. So it will join the first objection that we can use information to ask questions. Those are the evidentiary basis for it. We accept that, but not use the documents themselves, and with the difference of the weight to be given for untested prior statements for which we have no opportunity to cross-examine, as opposed to the live testimony portions for which we had the opportunity to cross-examine, which has a different weight to be used in confrontation with this witness.
Thank you, Defense Counsel. My apologies, Victims Counsel. I should have given you the floor.
No, we have nothing to add on this topic. Thank you.
Good. We will take a decision on this, and what we will do is that during the break we will anticipate very shortly what we have decided, and I will put it on record as soon as we are in court. But that is of aid for the SPO to proceed with its preparation. Very well. Then it's now 12:30. We resume at 2 o'clock. The hearing is adjourned.
All rise.
All rise.
Please be seated. Welcome back. We continue with the testimony of Mr. Safed Gashi. I don't see any changes on my right-hand side, left-hand side. It's the same, thank you. We note that the schedule for this afternoon will be as follows. We will proceed now with for an hour and a quarter. Then we have a 15 minutes break, and then we do another half an hour, and then we finalize, like always, at 4. Sometimes 15 minutes can be very useful to complete something. Let us see. Before we continue with the cross-examination by the Specialist Prosecutor's Office, the panel will issue 2 oral rulings. The first one pertains to the objections raised by the defense to the use of items 6 till 8, 10, and 11 contained in the SPO list of materials to be used during its cross-examination of witness 4405. These objections were conveyed to the panel, SPO and Victims' Counsel via email today, 9th of January 2024 at 9:55. In addition, the defense and the SPO have made submissions in this regard orally in court earlier today. First, the panel notes that items 6 till 8 are relevant to the assessment of the witness credibility. Second, with regard to items 10 and 11, which constitute transcripts of prior statements provided by an SPO witness in this case, the panel notes that the SPO indicated that the relevance of these items became apparent only after the completion of this witness testimony in court. However, in case the witness has given a prior statement on an issue, he also gave testimony in court, and especially when there is a discrepancy between the two, both the prior statement and the testimony in court should be put to the witness for reasons of fairness. Accordingly, the panel rejects the defense objections, and the panel authorizes the SPO to use the above-mentioned items during its cross-examination of the witness, bearing in mind the caveat we gave. This concludes the panel's first oral ruling, and the second oral ruling pertains to the SPO request to use, during the questioning of witness 4405, 3 newly disclosed items. The first one is a photograph, and I will read out the number SPO E40010-298, and then SPO E40010-298 ET. An SPO note with the number 109099 till 109099 red, and a document consisting of open source material, which is SPO E003468180-00346-181-ET. The request was made via email on Monday, 8 January of this year at 10:20. The items had been disclosed on Friday, 5th of January 2024, which is disclosure package 204, and they were added to the presentation queue for this witness. We did not receive any opposition from the side of the defense and victims' counsel, and we therefore authorized the SPO to use these items during its cross-examination of the witness, as they are limited in number and length. We didn't receive any objection from the defense and victims' counsel. The victims' counsel and the defense have had sufficient time to study them, and their use will facilitate the witness testimony. And this also concludes the second oral ruling of the panel. And then we now can continue with the testimony of the witness. Court clerk, can you please usher the witness into the courtroom? Good afternoon, Mr. Shala. I trust you heard me well.
Po, po ndëgjoj.
Yes, I hear you well.
Welcome back, Mr. Witness.
Thank you.
You fine?
Po,
Yes.
Shala, can you hear the witness?
Po ndëgjoj shumë mirë.
Yes, I hear him very well. Thank you.
Noted. Then I will now give the floor to Madam Prosecutor, please.
Thank you, Your Honors. Good afternoon, Mr. Gashi. My name is Gaia Pergola. I'm one of the prosecutors of the Specialist Prosecutor's Office. I will be asking you a few questions this afternoon. So I would like to start by clarifying the chronology of events you provided today, and in particular, the part when you discussed about joining the KLA. This morning you told us that you were in Kosovo until February or March when you were evicted to Albania by the Serb forces. And this can be found at transcript page 14, lines 24 to 25. Is this correct?
ashtu.
Yes.
Then you said that you joined the KLA in Kukës, where you were issued with an uniform, and this is at page 16, line 25, page 17, line 4. Is that also correct?
Po,
Yes.
You also provide us with the timeline of your joining the KLA, and you said that it was March 1999. Is that correct?
po,
Yes.
Now, where in Kukës did you join the KLA?
nuk jem kyç.
I did not join. There, I only received the uniform, and I was sent to Kolch or Kalimash. I don't really exactly recall where. It was there that I stayed for about 5 to 6 days.
Can you then clarify how this process of receiving the uniform happened?
Po aty e kem dhënë emrin,
There, I gave the name, the first name, the last name, the father's name, the date of birth. I was given the uniform. I stayed there for about 1 hour or 2 up until the trucks came so that they could transfer us to Kolch or Kalimash. I'm not sure whether I was in Kolch or Kalimash. So I think the name of the place was Kalimash. It is located in vicinity to Kukës, so it's about 40 kilometers away from Kukës.
So, and to whom did you give your name, the last name, and all this information?
komandantit
To the commander of the General Staff, Rushdie Saramati.
And can you perhaps give us a few more detail about the location where this happened, where you gave this information, where you received your uniform? Just the physical location.
është në Kukës,
It is in Kukës. I don't know what the name of that place exactly is. I don't know its name. But it's not where Mr. Consul said the place is. It was a small place, a one-story building where I received the uniform. If I'm not mistaken, it was a green color. So it was a one-story building, the house where I received the uniform and where I took the oath and I gave my first name and last name. It was there that we stayed for about 1 hour or two, and then the trucks came and sent us from Kukuz towards Kolch or Kalimash. We divided into 2 groups.
So you said, if I'm not mistaken, you talked about a one-story building, a house. Is that correct? Was it a house?
Yes, that's correct. It was a small house.
In addition to Commander Saramati, when you took the oath and joined?
There were many soldiers. About other commanders, it's not that I recognize anyone else but him.
Do you know perhaps whether this location had a name, or was it referred in any way?
No, I don't know. I don't know whether that had a name. I don't remember now.
Be able to just give us some references, like, I understand you don't know the precise location, but where was this house? Was it in the middle of a field? Was it in the town? Was it... can you just give us some references?
It was a bit outside the city. It was outside the city of Kukuz, not very away from it. It was about 2 to 3 kilometers away from Kukuz.
When you were provided your uniform, did you have to, you said you took an oath, but did you have to provide any information about your background, any details?
No.
There was no questions asked to you about who you were, where you came from, nothing at all?
No. Just the first name, the last name, what I mentioned before, nothing else.
Were there any other people that day who joined, who were with you in that location and also took their uniforms there?
Yes. Yes. I didn't really hear you.
My question was, how many other people did take uniforms that day?
Yes, there were other people. There were many KLA soldiers, about 150.
And were they all in that house receiving uniforms at the same time?
No, they would come to register themselves, and this is what happened.
That.
They were sent to other places because there was not enough space there. Like I said, it was a small house. They were transferred to other towns from there. Some of them were sent to Kolch, others were sent to Burel, others were sent to Kalimash, and so on.
Question on this location. Did you have an understanding of what was the location used for, this house that you mentioned, normally? I mean, you mentioned that you were there for a specific reason, but in general.
That house was used only to register the soldiers, so that the registers were given, the soldiers, excuse me, were given their uniforms. That was all.
Thank you. You said this morning that from Kukuz, and you had actually just repeated later, you were sent to Kolch or Kalimash for a few days. Is that correct?
Correct.
What did you do there? What did you do in this location where you went for those days?
Aty veç kem pas
We were trained there, like I told you before. We were trained for about 5 to 6 days on how to use the long arms, the mines, bombs. These are the things that we did there.
And who provided this training? Who was training you?
po dikush pi ish oficer
Former officers of the KLA that were trained or that joined the army in the former Yugoslavia.
io nuk kujt.
No, I don't remember any.
With whom did you go to Kolch or Kalimash for this training?
Po kem shku me
We went together with friends of our army. We were transported by trucks up to Kalimash, and like I said, I was together with friends.
Know any names of these friends?
io sum kujtohet.
No, I don't remember.
So what happened after that? What happened after Kolch or Kalimash?
Kom kry ushtrime se kur tregova
I was trained. It was a war time. It's not that we received a lot of trainings. We had, at the best case scenario, 5 or 6 trainings. Again, we were taken by the trucks. We were transported by trucks, and we got off the trucks in a village in Albania. And then we walked on foot up until Gorozhov.
So do I understand correctly that from Kolch or Kalimash, after you completed this training, you walked on foot to Gorozhov? Is that what you said?
io
No. I said that they took us by trucks and they transported us from Kolch or Kalimash up until a village of Bayramsuri or some other place, and from that place we walked on foot up until the border with Kosovo.
Mr. Witness, what did you find in Gorozhov when you got there?
kum gjet
I found friends of the National Liberation Army.
What else? What was there in Gorozhov?
luftime tjetër kur gjë.
Fightings, nothing else.
So, am I correct in saying that if you joined, let's say, if you you said you went to Kukës at the end of March, then you spent a few days in Kolch or Kalimash, and then from there you went to this other village at the border, and then you went to Gorozhov. This would have been early April. Do you have a time reference for that, perhaps?
Për nerë sa më me ditë
From what I remember, it should have been March, mid-March, from what I remember now.
And witness, you mentioned that when you went to Gorozhov, you said you found nothing else. You found fightings. So, do I understand correctly that at that point you were engaged in fightings, right? Is that correct?
po e saktë është.
Yes, that's correct.
Would you be able to explain a little bit more, a little bit better, how was the organization in Gorozhov when you got there? I understand you were engaged in fighting. What were your daily activities?
Aktivitetet e përditshme të mia
My My daily activities were like the daily activities of any other soldier of the KLA. We received instructions. The commanders wouldn't give the instructions to us, but it was the platoon commander that would receive the instructions, and those instructions would then be conveyed to us, to the soldiers.
Platoon commander. Who was that actually? Who was your commander? The person from whom you received the orders?
Commander, you mean? Valban Chalaku.
Your Honors, may we have now a document? I'd like to show a document to the witness just to confirm what he just said about this commander, and then to understand a little bit the positioning of this commander within the KLA.
Defense counsel, I see you standing.
Sorry to interrupt, Your Honor. Maybe you can ask a few questions. We only heard the name now. Ask questions, and then, if necessary, use a document. If the purpose to have some details about this person. We didn't hear any other questions about this individual, so we can ask questions, and if necessary, then revert to some documents. This is our suggestion, Your Honor.
Thank you, defense counsel. Madam Prosecutor, I think that some more questions could assist before we pull up the document.
Yes, Your Honors. So, Mr. Gashi, you told us, you mentioned your commander, and you mentioned his name. I read in the transcript Verban Kalaku, but perhaps can we confirm the first name? Is it Verban, or did you say anything else?
Valbon.
Valbon.
Kalaku. All right, thank you very much. And
Exact.
how many?
Correct.
With you, the unit that Valbon Kalaku was leading?
I said this before. The platoon is composed of about 11 to 15 soldiers. It depends on how many people are joined in the platoon.
And so Valbon Kalaku was the platoon commander. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. That's the commander of my platoon.
From whom was Mr. Kalaku receiving his orders?
From the commander. The commander, the deputy commander, the general commander, the battalion commander. It depends, because there are too many commanders.
But in this case, do you know from whom Kalaku was getting his orders, the ones that I suppose then he was relaying to you?
I don't know, because the orders were taken via the walkie-talkies.
So, again, Mr. Gashi, just a couple of more questions on this topic. So, do I understand correctly that you received your daily tasks from Commander Valbon Kalaku? Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in your daily activities, did you work closely together with him, or did you only meet him, let's say, when you were getting your tasks?
I didn't understand the question. Are you talking about the platoon commander?
Apologies if I wasn't clear. I was just wondering, how many interactions you had with Commander Kalaku, whether you just met him on the occasions of receiving your tasks, or whether you were working with him every day, or whether you can give us some information about that.
Non-stop,
we were together non-stop, because the commander was with the group all the time.
Thank you very much for that. This is helpful. Your Honors, may I now perhaps use that document just to confirm that the person we are talking about was part of a broader organization, just for clarity purposes. Would that be a good moment to do that?
You may proceed. It's not completely clear for me yet how you want, for what purpose, but I let you proceed and then...
I'm happy also we don't need necessarily to do it now. We can also do it at a subsequent moment if your honors.
No, for me the moment is the same, but it's not completely clear for me what you want to show, how you want to use it to ask a question to the witness. So I'm not opposing to it, it's just asking for a little bit more clarification.
I just wanted to confirm whether the witness recognized the name of the commander within a specific organization, and from there ask some further questions about the unit that this commander was heading.
Okay, please proceed.
Thank you. So, may we have the first document on the SPO list of materials? The ERN is 058048 to 058112 at page 2. Same for the Albanian.
Defense Counsel, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. This document is a structure. It goes way beyond to what this witness would testify about. If they want to elicit a certain structure, they might ask him questions about the names. Otherwise, confirming the name he has already given. So this witness is not going to authentify or give more details or put a seal on a much more elaborate document. Our colleagues could introduce this in a documentary fashion based on other indicia to give it some weight. It's not this witness who can confirm it. They can ask him questions maybe, but we don't see, as much as Your Honors made the comment earlier, why would this come as a basis for questions? They can ask him questions and then independently provide. This witness is not the author of this document. He's not the one who is going to authenticate it, or so they can ask about names or what he knows about certain individuals and their positions. That's as much as they can do on the basis of this document.
I already gave permission, Defense Counsel, for this, and I see a little bit of hesitation. I have a little bit of hesitation too, but I also see some relevance. So I have Madam Prosecutor proceed.
Mr. Witness, today you told us that you were part of a special unit. That's how you called it. Is that correct?
Yes.
Please take a look at this document on the right-hand side of it. I believe it's the third box, if we can call it in that way, from the top. We see the name of Valbon Kolaku. Do you see that?
I don't. I have had 4 operations and I cannot see very well.
Would it be possible perhaps to just...
Yes, I do. I found it. Forgive me, yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Would you be able to read what this document says next to the name of the commander?
I can't read it, I'm afraid. I can see the name, but I cannot read the rest.
Is it better? Any better now?
Yes. The unit of, and I'm unable to discern it any further.
Your Honors.
No, but I think that
Njesia
Madam Court
Jennison,
Officer is
kom
working
Valbon.
on...
Yes, an engineering unit Valbon Cholaku. I am able to read it now, yes.
For that, I just wanted to ask you, is that your unit? Is that the unit you remember of?
Po.
Yes.
For this document.
Defense counsel, for me now it has been clarified why the document has been shown to the witness.
And apologies, Your Honor, we discovered that this document is already in evidence, so it makes a difference. I apologize for that. Since it is already in defense, commentary on certain witnesses is
we take all submissions at heart, so good. Madam Prosecutor, you may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Witness, I would like to go back to what you were saying before, talking about your daily activities. So you said you were engaged in fightings. Again, can you just elaborate a little bit, a bit more on that? Like, again, if you can describe a typical day, if a typical day was there, which of course may be a bit difficult, but if you can just give us some ideas.
Po ditën e kem kalu.
A day would be spent in the company of comrades. Whenever there was any fighting, we'd go to the front lines, and that's how a day would unfold, day in, day out. There were no other activities to note.
And Mr. Gashi, again, if you can perhaps elaborate a bit more. So you were engaged in fighting. Who were you fighting at that time?
Against the Serbian army.
Then I have a few more questions about where you spent that time. So you said that you were in Gorozhup, where the fighting was happening against the Serbs. So I have a few more questions about, the physical location, I guess, where you were based off. Were there any facilities? Can you describe? Were there barracks? Were there buildings? Were there offices in Gorozhup?
Yo.
No, there were a few houses belonging to the population which were uninhabitable. That is where we spent the nights and the rest periods too.
Were there any facilities like toilets, for example?
Io.
No. We'd go inside the houses, in the neighborhood, up in the mountains.
So were these abandoned houses that people left behind, or were they inhabited?
Ashtu I kanë shupi.
Yes, these were houses that had been abandoned by the villagers as a result of the Serbian forces, and that is where we stayed.
Were there any other facilities? For example, where did you get your food? Was there a storage room, a kitchen, anything like that?
No. The food would be bought and it arrived from Albania. It would arrive in the vicinity of the border area. If I remember correctly, it was the logistics people who handled the issue of foodstuffs and armaments and so on.
And how often did the logistics people take the food stuff and equipment to you?
It depends. As a matter of fact, where food is concerned, we did suffer quite a lot. However, where munitions are concerned, they did arrive on a daily basis from the moment that the logistics became fully operational.
Was there, for example, an infirmary or a place where, wounded people would get assistance?
Yes, there was one, however, where the injuries were severe, the individual would be sent to Tirana or to some other town nearby. Yes, we did have an infirmary.
Sorry, perhaps I'm not sure I understand correctly. You said that yes, there was one, but when the injuries were severe, they would be sent to Tirana. Is that correct?
That's right, yes.
Can you describe the infirmary then? What kind of structure was it?
It was just a house, one of those abandoned homes of the villagers. That's where medical treatment was received by the soldiers. However, those who had injuries were sent on board trucks or pizgaus, whatever you call them, in the direction of Tirana or elsewhere, depending on the extent of their injuries, that is.
Did you ever witness yourself anyone being injured during combat?
There were occasions, yes.
Can you tell us about at least maybe those occasions that you remember?
There was heavy shelling towards the KLA on the part of the Serbian forces, in which we suffered deaths and injuries.
Do you remember when this heavy shelling happened? Was it on one occasion? Was on multiple occasions? Was there a specific occasion you remember?
I can't recall exact dates, but it happened in the month of March. It's not that there was fighting only one day, but there was fighting every single day, because Gorozhub is on the border area. The border area is more tightly controlled by the Serbian army. That's where they were stationed in heavy numbers, and that's the area that they shelled, and so on and so forth.
Madam Prosecutor, just a moment, please. Mr. Shala, are you okay? Did you hear me, Mr. Shala? Are you doing fine?
Kan pak wind koken på mir.
I have a bit of a headache, but I'm fine, thanks.
Good. We proceed. Please proceed, Madam Prosecutor.
Mr. Gashi, I have a clarification to ask you, because you told us today and just now as well that there was shelling on multiple occasions throughout the time you were there. And in fact, I would like to ask a clarification, something that you said in your SPO interview. And in fact, in that interview, you were asked whether there was a place where the soldiers would sleep at night, and then and on to that question, you answered that there were actually no houses where you could stay because NATO was bombing the place, and the Serbs were also attacking the area, and this is the part one of the witness statement, 063317, page 14, lines 4 to 7. Do you remember saying that?
Yes, that is correct. It wasn't that every single house was damaged. There were a few which were not, and in which we were able to spend the night in. Not every single house had been bombed to ruins.
Then, yeah, and again, just because in that statement you said something a bit more specific. In fact, you said that there were no place where to stay because of the shelling. But today, actually, you told us there were a few houses where you would sleep at night. So can you perhaps help us understand what you meant? Because there seems to be a bit of a discrepancy between what you said before and what you were saying today.
There were houses which were single-storied, but they were few in numbers, 2 or 3 altogether in that village. So even when we spent the night in there, we were scared that it would come under shelling. The rest of the houses there, however, had been severely damaged.
So, Mr. Witness, again, I'm trying to understand here a little bit better your evidence. So, you told us that in Gorozup, there was fighting, there was shelling throughout the time you were there. From what I understand, you also said that there was no proper accommodation. You were staying in the houses that were not severely damaged. There was no kitchen. The food was brought to you from the logistics people. And there was no, there was an infirmary, but the serious case would be brought elsewhere. So this sounds indeed like a very dangerous place where to be, the front line. So,
That's right.
It doesn't sound like a place where, the KLA would have, let's say, a base or a recruitment center, but it sounds to me that this could be perhaps more of a military outpost on the front. Would that be a better description, a better way to describe the location where you were at Gorzup during that time?
That is right.
Thank you very much for that. So, I'd like to go back to what you talked about, the fighting and the heavy shelling. Do you remember a specific occasion, a particularly heavy shelling in which the KLA has suffered some casualties? You said before that happened a few times, but do you remember any specific?
Yes, yes, as I mentioned earlier, I remember it very well. We did suffer injuries and deaths, but the Serbian forces also suffered deaths and injuries too.
Do you remember how many deaths did you suffer on that specific occasion?
Po i fillimit luftës
From the beginning to the end of the war, there were 27 or 28 martyrs from our brigade, from our own brigade, people who were killed by Serbian forces, and that's a rough number.
Mr. Witness, have you ever heard of a specific incident or fight that has been called the Battle of Gorozhub?
Jo.
No, I haven't.
Have you ever heard or have you ever known a person called Sali Saramati?
Po?
Yes.
Kusha
He's cousins with my commander. My commander was Rushdie Saramati. This guy is called Sali Saramati. He died at the hands of Serbian forces whilst in Gorozhub.
Do you remember when he died?
nuk më kujtohet për nerë.
I can't recall.
You don't have a time reference, let's say, was it at the beginning of your stay there, towards the end, in the middle?
Parafërsisht
I can't recall exactly, but it might have been in the midpoint of my stay.
Your Honors, may I help the witness with a time frame by using a document that talks about this event?
Please proceed.
May I have item number 4 on the SPO list of materials, ERN 108011 to 108040 in Albanian, and the English is the same ERN ending in ET.
Please proceed, Madam Court Officer.
And if we can please go to page 9 of the document. Mr. Witness, this document, and I think it's the second line from top of both the Albanian and the English, talks about the Battle of Pashtrik in Gorozhub.
ashtu është.
That's right.
States that the 31st of May 1999 is a special date. This date reminds us of the most difficult and glorious battle, D-Day. On this day, the enemy forces of the South Brigade, as called by the enemy, attacked us. does that remind you of when the Battle of Gorzup took place? Does that refresh your memory about this event?
Jo shumë mirë, po më
I remember it very well. However, as I said earlier, it wasn't that as if there was a battle only on one single day. There was fighting every single day. However, this one is one that is memorable because of the heaviest of bombardments by Serbian forces.
Mr. Gashi, you told us in connection with this that Sali Saramati died in battle. Is that correct?
ashtu.
That's right.
Do you remember if he was one of the people who died in this specific incident on the 31st of May?
Këta nuk muj
I can't say that with any certainty. I do not know the date when he died.
Do you know what happened to Sali Saramati's body after he died in Gorozhup?
jo
No, I don't.
transferuar, sikur
Because the bodies, the corpses, and as well as injured people were taken and transported to other areas, to other villages. They were pulled away from the front line and sent off. I don't know what's happened to him.
Do you know where were they transported? You said to other areas, to other villages. Do you know where?
nuk e di.
No, I don't. I don't.
S'kam informacion.
I have no knowledge.
Do you know if a funeral ceremony was held for Sali Saramati?
Po gjatë luftës nuk ka mujt
It would have been impossible to have a ceremony during the war because of the fighting. However, after the war, there were numerous such ceremonies of reburial of KLA soldiers.
Mr. Gashi, have you ever heard of a person called Mark Shala?
kur njetë.
No, never.
Mark Shala was a KLA member. He was involved in logistics in Albania during the war. And he testified in this trial in October as a witness for the defense. He stated that Sali Saramati was indeed, as you said, a relative of Rusdi Saramati, the commander of Brigade 128, who was killed while fighting during the battle in Gorozhup. And the reference for everyone is transcript of 23rd of October, 2023, page 3001. Mark Shala also testified that after his death, Sali Saramati's body was taken to Kukes, and that a funeral was held for him, as well as other deceased soldiers, at the Kukes cemetery. And this can be found at the same transcript page from 2001 to 2004. So, Mark Shala also confirmed that this was a big event, a big happening, in fact. So, is it your testimony that you never heard about this funeral for this soldier, Sali Saramati?
Une tregova.
I said that he fell. I can't recall the date, and I said that they have been transferred towards somewhere. That was my answer, but I don't know where to. If a soldier or a commander were to fall in battle, it would have been impossible for all of us to abandon the front line and go and attend the burial ceremony. Somebody had to stay behind, and I was one of those who did not go. I stayed on the front lines.
But then, Mr. Gashi, do I understand correctly that you did know that this funeral took place in Kukas? Is that correct?
Yeah.
No, that's not what I said.
He never said that. We don't know where he said that. He said reburial, which we understand is after the war, afterwards in some other place, but he didn't say he was aware of anything that happened after he fell on the front. He's talking about the front where he was, not afterwards.
I think that the witness, just before you indicated, already said that he did not say that. So, Madam Prosecutor, you may proceed.
Yes, Your Honor, perhaps I got a little bit ahead of myself, but the witness said, page 92, these are lines 15 to 19, he said, it would have been impossible for all of us to abandon the front line to go to attend the burial ceremony. Somebody had to stay behind. And I was the one who did not go. I stayed on the front lines. And perhaps my understanding was that the witness then did know that the burial ceremony took place, but perhaps as I said, perhaps I had got ahead of myself in this regard. I can ask the witness.
We can ask the witness. You will get the floor, Mr. Witness, and to the defense counsel. That is also how I understood it, but we have now heard from the witness that he might have meant it in a different way, so we will just give the floor to Madam Prosecutor to further explore it.
Mr. Witness, can you perhaps clarify? You said, and again, I'm going back to what you told us, that you said that he fell, that he died. Is that correct? You knew that, right? Right.
Yes.
And then you also talked about a burial ceremony. Is that...
I did not. You did. You said that there was a burial ceremony. I said I did not know. What I said earlier was that they had been transferred, but I did not know where to. Whilst about reburial, I was referring to the period after the war, when people were exhumed and then reburied at Landovic, and that is after the war, yes.
For the clarification, so then you never heard of a burial ceremony for Sali Saramati at the time of the war? A ceremony taking place at the time of the war, I mean.
No, I've not heard of it.
I'm asking Mr. Witness because we know from another defense witness who came to testify in this trial, Giadin Oja, that many soldiers from Rusdi Saramati's brigade participated in this funeral at the Kukes cemetery. He said that they left the front line to attend the funeral and then return back to the front line. And this is a transcript 20 November 2023, pages 3273 to 74.
Can we take the document down that's on the screen?
Yes, of course.
Okay, we do that.
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer.
So, Mr. Witness, again, is it your testimony today that you did not hear, let alone participate in this funeral that took place for a fellow Brigade 128 soldier who, like you, fought in Gorozhub during the war? Is that your evidence?
Yes, this is my evidence. This is something that I said before as well. I have not heard of it. I have not been present there, but I have remained in the front line. This is what I said. I don't know. Everybody can give their testimony. Gelatin Hoja or somebody else, I mean, they know for themselves on whether they have gone there or not. Whereas for myself, I can tell you that I have not attended that.
Thank you, Mr. Gashi. Mr. Gashi, I would like to go back, in fact, to the document that was previously on the screen discussing the operations in 1999, Your Honors. If we can have, again, item number 4 of the list of materials.
You too?
To ask a few questions about the timeline, but perhaps before doing that, I will ask the witness a couple of other additional questions. Mr. Gashi, you said today that the commander of Brigade 128 was Rusdi Saramati, that was the commander of the brigade, correct?
Correct.
Met him a couple of times.
Yes.
The time you were in the war, is that correct?
Ndoshta 2-3 herë.
2 or 3 times, perhaps. I think this is what I said. Not 2 times, but 2 to 3 times.
Did you meet him upon joining, at the moment you joined? You said in March. Was it one of the occasions in which you met him?
Yes, that was the first time, at the time that I joined the KLA. And I met him a couple of more times, 2 or 3 times, if I'm not mistaken. I've met with him at the front lines.
The first time would have been at the house in Kukas, is that correct?
Yes, correct. I met with him there only once. I gave my first name, my last name, I took the oath.
And do you remember when the other times that you met him at the front lines? When was that again? If you can give us a time frame.
From what I remember, once he came and held a meeting for the soldiers. And then there was another time, 1 or 2 times, during the end of the war, after KFOR left the country, he convened a meeting telling us not to shoot bullets, to keep discipline. I mean, these are the things that he talked about.
So the time in which he came and he held a meeting for the soldiers, can you describe to us what was that meeting about?
Jo, takimi I thjesht normal me na
It was a normal meeting telling us how to react towards the Serbian forces, these types of things. This was the kind of information that was shared, no other information.
So this meeting was held during the fighting, let's say, you said, right? While the fighting was happening, and it was explained to you how to react to, was it giving comments?
ashtu.
Yes, correct. Because there were no fightings all the time. There were some ceasefire for 1 hour, 2 or 3 hours. That is what happened.
And again, just to confirm, where did this meeting take place again?
En Gorozhov.
In Gorozhov, in vicinity to the border.
Mr. Gashi, I'm asking these questions about Rusdi Saramati because there are evidentiary material in this case indicating that Rusdi Saramati, in fact, only came to Gorozhub after the 24th of May, 1999, as he took his position on the third operational direction in the context of Operation Arrow. Can you explain to us how would you have met with him any time before that?
Can you please repeat the question once again?
Absolutely. There is evidentiary material in this case indicating that Rusdi Saramati only moved to Gorozhub after the 20th of May, 1999. And this was in the context of a specific operation called Operation Arrow. Have you ever heard about Operation Arrow?
Yes. So the pseudonym was Brigade Arrow for Brigade 128. So like I said, I have met once for the first time with Rusdi when I went to Kugos, when I went to get registered. But there were a couple of other times that I met him during the fightings. About the exact dates, I can't recall them.
Madam Prosecutor, just for your information that we are 5 minutes before our short break. Defense Counsel, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. In the meantime, maybe we can request a specific reference of the evidentiary material suggested. Also, the status of the person given this evidentiary material is relevant to Your Honors, and confirmation from our colleagues that this was the first and probably the first time this individual would have gone there, like that he never went to Gorozhub before, because that can also become relevant. This seems to be elucidating a discrepancy. Well, there is one specific date and the rest is not specific. So from both sides we need to have clarity.
Madam Prosecutor, I see you nodding. You will you will proceed with giving us the references.
Yes, Your Honors. And in fact, some of the references that I mentioned are also some of the documents I would like to put to the witness. So I'm just wary of the time. I don't know whether to embark in this exercise now, whether we could go into the break maybe a bit earlier and resume a bit earlier so that we don't interrupt the flow of questioning, if that is agreeable.
Yes, we may proceed in that way. And we have, of course, the day of tomorrow. Can you indicate to the panel how much time the cross-examination will take in your estimation?
Your Honors, I believe it may take at least another half hour, but I would like to take the break to reassess where I am. I'll provide you a more precise assessment after the break, if that is okay.
Yes, you may. And for now, Victims' Counsel, could you already indicate to the panel if you will be having questions for the witness? At this moment in time, of course.
I do have some questions. Whether or not they're covered by my colleague for the SPO remains to be seen.
Thank you. Very well. Then you would like to say something, Defense Counsel?
Excuse me, Your Honor, just to note for the record, the use of the Facebook post by another individual, we want to place on the record that we make all our reservations as to the weight that would be given to this person Facebook post, and this person is not called. We have noticed, although the topic is relevant, and also on the same line, on the same vein, the status of the evidentiary material just referred to, that is suspect evidence, evidentiary material, is also to be taken into account as to any weight to what is the relevance of that. We don't have that witness to test anything with him, so anything put on the basis of those sources has to be considered. We wanted to put that on the record, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Defense Counsel. Now, we will go for a break for 15 minutes. Madame Court Clerk, could you issue the witness out? Mr. Witness, we see you back in a quarter of an hour. Thank you. Thank you. The hearing is adjourned till 3:30.
All rise. All rise.
Please be seated. Welcome back. Yes, Mr. Shala is here with us. Can you hear me, Mr. Shala?
Yes, I can hear very well, thank you.
Noted, thank you. We are in the same composition and this side too. Yes, very well. Good. We will proceed with the cross-examination by the Specialist Prosecutor's Office. Can you inform the panel how much time you think you will be needing?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe it will be around 45 minutes or a bit more, so I will cover as much as I can today, and if not, we will continue tomorrow.
We will continue tomorrow. And for your information, tomorrow we will finalize with some oral orders with relation to our proceedings. Madam Court Clerk, could you please bring the witness in? Welcome back, Mr. Witness. Bear with us a little bit more today. We will continue till 4 o'clock, and then we will proceed with your testimony tomorrow morning again. Yes? I will now give the floor to Madam Prosecutor. Mr. Shala, I cannot ask you now if you can hear the witness, but as soon as the witness starts talking, please raise your hand if you would not hear his voice. Okay?
Yes, I understand.
Prosecutor, please proceed.
Welcome back, Mr. Gashi. So, during the time you spent in Gorozhup, did you ever leave the front lines to go somewhere else?
Unë personalisht jo.
Personally, no.
So you never left for any reason at all?
Jo.
I did not. I moved from a village to another village to do checks and so on and so forth. I moved in the vicinity, in the area, but not elsewhere.
Thank you. Did your unit ever move away from the front lines? Your special unit you talk about today?
Jo.
No, it didn't.
Mr. Gashi, I'm asking you these questions because we heard evidence in this case about certain events, and I'd like you to put these to you. So, before you were talking about logistics, right? And as I mentioned, we actually had here testifying for the defense, Mark Shala, who was the chief of logistics for Operation Arrow. Mark Shala told us that Rusdi Saramati, who you told us was the commander of Brigade 128, went to the front line in the direction of Gorozhup sometime after 20 May 99. And the reference for everyone is at 23rd of October, transcript of hearing, pages 2990 to 3001. And Mark Shala explained that this happened, so the moving of Saramati's group to Gorozhup after May, because while there were groups already positioned on the front lines from earlier, the fighting of Operation Arrow in the directions that were not Koshare, so all of the other directions, only started at the end of May 1999. So, Mr. Gashi, I'm putting it to you that, in fact, there was no fighting in Gorozhup before the 20th of May, 1999. Didn't it?
Kapasor.
Yes, there was.
Well, Mr. Gashi, Mark Shala was the chief of logistics for Operation Arrow, and he seemed to have quite extensive knowledge of this operation. He traveled to multiple locations, to the training centers, to the front line. He was also in Koshare himself, and in fact, and this is a reference transcript at 25th of October, 2023, page 3148, that in fact the fighting in Koshare, in the Koshare direction, already started in April 99. But again, he said that in all other directions, the fighting only started at the end of May. How do you explain that? What he told us about the fighting starting only then?
Everyone is free to say whatever they like. Somebody might come here and say that the fighting only began in June after the arrival of NATO. However, there has always been fighting in the Pashturik area from March onwards.
Well, Mr. Gashi, in fact, I'm putting this to you because Mark Shala is not the only one, of course, to say that that the fighting happened on the Gorozhup direction only at the end of May. And in fact, I'm putting to you that you yourself went to Gorozhup only after the 20th of May, and right before that you were in Kukës, actually. Isn't that the case?
I haven't been to Kukës. I said it earlier too. I was not in Kukës. I was in Kalimash. I was not in Kukës.
Mr. Gashi, you talked today about your special unit, and you mentioned that there were 11 members, 11 to 15 members in it, correct?
Bon.
Yes.
I'm sorry, please.
Yes, Defense Counsel, you have the floor.
I would like to provide the witness with a statement of Mr. Shala, because Mr. Shala is talking about the operation.
No, wait. Before you start going into the content, we have to usher the witness out. If not, there's no use.
Yeah.
Mr. Witness, you will be ushered out in order to be able to discuss what can be put to you in your questioning. I will give you the floor, Defense Counsel, and then I will come back to you, Madam Prosecutor, with regarding how to put to the witness your case. Defense Counsel, you have the floor.
Yes, I would like to be sure that the witness receives a fair information. In my opinion, Mr. Mark Shala was talking about the operation Arrow starts in May, but he never said that there is no fightings before the operation Arrow. I don't know where lies this information, and I would like to see which document or which statement of Mr. Mark Shala the prosecutor is using just now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So it's not so much that you want to put the statement to the witness as much as that you want to know the source of the information the prosecution is putting to the witness. Madam Prosecutor, please, can you give the reference, and if you have the document in front of you, you can also read it out to us.
Yes, Your Honor. So the reference is the one I already provided, but I'm happy to repeat. It's the transcript of hearing 25th of October 2023, page 3141, and it starts at line 6, or well, 9, we can read from there. This was a question from Judge Beatty asking, but what I don't understand is that you're telling me that you met him in April. We're talking about Mr. Shala's presence, and then he was going to the front. But in April, Operation Arrow did not start in April. So could you clarify? Because I don't follow what you are saying. And the witness answered, no, Operation Arrow started in May. Judge Beatty, so in April, he didn't go to participate in Operation Arrow, so how do you know that in May he was participating in Operation Arrow? I don't understand. And Mark Shala answered, well, our units were in their positions at all times from the beginning, although the fighting itself, Operation Arrow, started in May. That said, the positions were there from early on, since his arrival. And this continues then at the following page, line 5, my question is this, to your knowledge, was there soldiers in the front positioned, and was there any fighting before the official start of the operation itself? And the answer, yes, in one direction, yes. Question, can you help us which direction or which general area? Answer, that was in the Koshare direction. They started off much earlier on, so I think it was around April. And the fighting there had already started earlier on, so I think they started off either on the 9th or 10th of April, if I'm not wrong. Whereas in terms of the other directions, some had already taken their positions, but there was no direct fighting involved up until the beginning of the operation. So they were just preparing, and a small number had already taken their positions, whereas the others were in training centers preparing for Operation Arrow.
Defense counsel, what is your submission on this, or your reaction?
We have the same source. I was reading the document I have in hand, and I think that I submit that Mr. Shala is talking about the Operation Arrow, and only the Operation Arrow. It doesn't mean that there is no contacts between the different fighters. From one hand, the Serbian one, and from the KLA on the other hand. And even in March or April, just before the Operation Arrow, I think so, we cannot generalize the information about the Operation Arrow or the Jetta on all the fightings, all the contacts. We know that before the Operation Arrow, there were some very hard and rough fightings. Mr. Shala was injured in this fighting, so we have to be careful and not to have a strict understanding or interpretation of the word using by Mr. Shala about and only about the Operation Arrow. That's why I say we have to be very careful.
Is there something Madam Prosecutor wants to add to this discussion?
No, Your Honor, just to say that Mark Shala gave this very clear evidence, and I think we're entitled to explore this with the witness. Mark Shala was appointed in April for this specific operation. He talked extensively about all the bases he visited for the preparations for this specific operation. He told us that the fighting in Koshare started in April, but in the other directions, there was no fighting. During the time he was there, we know he was there since the very beginning of April, so he was the chief officer for logistics and he was informed of the details of these operations. So this is the extent that we believe are entitled to put to the witness. We believe it's a fair representation of what we said, and we are entitled to explore this with the witness.
Thank you. Victims' Counsel, is there something you would like to add to this discussion?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. you may proceed as long as you make very clear to the witness that this is what Mark Shala is saying. And in this same line, when you said to the witness, I put to you, I prefer that you make it more clear that it's the position of the Specialist Prosecutor's Office that it's your view, yeah, that he was not there because I don't want to be any unclarity in this respect. Yeah.
Absolutely, Your Honors, will do.
Then we will proceed. Madame Court Officer, could you ask Madame Court Clerk to usher the witness back in? Welcome back, Mr. Witness.
Thank you.
Prosecutor, and we have still 10 minutes before we conclude today.
Mr. Gashi, so you told us today that you never left the front lines and that your unit never left the front lines. Do you know a person called Hidayet Gashi, going by the nickname Giga or Giga?
Po,
Yes.
është ushtar,
A soldier from my city, prison.
Was he also involved in the war with you?
me mua nuk u kanë.
Not with me.
Do you know what unit he was a member of?
Nuk e di.
No, I don't.
Have you ever met him during the war?
Po një herë.
Once, yes.
Kështu të kum pa. Gjatë
It wasn't during active fighting, but it was one day when there wasn't, when I met him.
And where was this meeting?
në Gorozhup.
Gorozhup. Near Gorozhup, near Albania, in a village near there.
Can you provide us with a date or a time reference for that?
Jo, nuk kujt.
No, I cannot remember.
Do you perhaps remember whether it was closer to the beginning of your deployment with the KLA or towards the end, the middle?
Parafërsisht mund të më
It may have been towards the middle, not at the beginning though. Towards the middle, yes.
Do you have an idea of what month would that have been, roughly?
nuk më kujtohet për ne.
I can't remember, I swear.
Mr. Gashi, again, we have evidentiary material indicating that Hidayet Gashi was also a soldier in Brigade 128 under Ruzi Saramati. He also fought in Gorozhup, and he was a member of Varbon Kolakwi's unit, whose responsibility was to clear the way at the front lines for other units to proceed. Hidayet Gashi first joined the KLA in March or April 99 in Kukas, at the Kukes metal factory. And I'm happy to provide a reference for this, which is ERN 065236, TRET Part 2, red, page 7, line 9, page 9, lines 13 to 15, page 18, lines 21 to 25, and page 19, lines 1 to 3. We have information that after registering and joining at the Kukes metal factory, Hidayet Gashi undertook training in Kalimash. And that after some other deployments.
Thank you. I see Defense Counsel standing. You have the floor, Defense Counsel. And do we have to usher the witness out?
I don't think at this moment.
Okay.
It's about the references. We have received multiple. They seem to talk about nachets, not Kukes. So we have received multiple ones. Can we be indicated which reference referred to Kukes, this specific point we are talking about, please?
Mr. Witness.
Zonia Prokurore,
Madam Prosecutor is asking a question, not allowing me to give an answer. She asked me if I knew Giga or whatever his pseudonym was. However, as far as I know that person, he was not part of my platoon. That is what I had to say.
Mr. Witness. Madam Prosecutor, could you answer the question of Defense Counsel? And we are almost at the end of today's hearing.
Yes, Your Honors. Some other references are page 30, line 13, to page 32, line 24. And then there is also page 20, lines 17 to 18, page 22, lines 8 to 21, page 4, lines 19 to 20. I believe all of this covers the topics that I'm now asking the witness about.
Okay. But my understanding was that Defense Counsel, you were asking for a specific reference to Kukes, but apparently it's a broader issue the prosecutor is covering.
Yes, Your Honor, and that's the problem, because the question now is about Kukes and mobilizing in Kukes. For this individual, we received a panoply of references that goes from Goroshuk to Natchez to Kukes. This is not a witness in our case. We don't know what this person has said, whether he was in the same battalion before or not, or after. We just get a few references here and there, and this is not a witness. We cannot test it. We don't know that much about it because we have bits and pieces of lines and pages of certain things. But I see that in page 20, at least the last reference I captured, page 20, there is a reference that this individual signed up first in Kukes. Where did you first sign up?
Wait, the witness is here. If you're going to cite, then we cannot discuss it in front of him. I think our time is up. Mr. Witness, we will continue with your cross-examination tomorrow. Yeah, and thank you very much for giving your testimony today. I remind you that you shall not discuss your testimony before the specialist chambers with anyone. See you in courtroom again tomorrow, and I hope you can get some rest this evening. Thank you. Madame Court Clerk.
Thank you.
You out of the courtroom. Defense Counsel, what is your concrete request to the Specialist Prosecution Office for tomorrow? And then I can see how to rule on that, if needed.
Your Honor, for each evidentiary material, since now our objection is rejected, that they give us the specific reference as a basis of that question, that this individual signed up in Cooks, now we found, but we received a panoply of references which doesn't help us to follow. But it's also to verify that we are talking about the same time frame, about the same issues, because on the same page we see that this person was part of 2 brigades, and he mentions 5 or 6 places where he was, and a period of a month and a half in the front in Goroshup. So maybe we need to know a little bit more to be able to follow this, and that comes to our issue, which is using the statements of individuals that are not witnesses in our case.
Going to go into that because we have rejected your objection. However, I trust that the prosecution service takes on board to be with regard to the specific questions, to give specific references. I'm sure that that will not be a problem tomorrow. So, yes, then we leave it here. Before I adjourn the hearing for today, is there anything the Specialist Prosecution Service Office would like to raise with us?
No, Your Honors, thank you.
Very well. Victims Counsel?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Defense Counsel?
No, thank you very much.
Okay. Very well. Then we proceed with our hearing tomorrow, and I wish you a good evening, and we adjourn for today.
All rise.